Okay. Excuse me. All right. Starting the stream. Let's see if I hear any sound. Don't hear any sound yet. There we go. See if I hear any sound. There. That's just the microphone sounds much better now. Okay, so let me switch to live. And here I am yet again. It's, what time is it? It's like 9:11. And I am about to start some work for the day. Let me just check sound sync here for a second. What time is it? It's like 9:11. And I am about to start some work for the day. Let me just check sound sync here for a second. It looks alright. It's a little bit weird. I'm also seeing some artifacting. Probably because everyone is logging online and starting work. So I'm not sure how well this will go. But I'm wearing contact lenses today. I got my monovision lenses back. Monovision is like one, well, this eye is the distance eye, this eye is the short distance eye. So when I'm working on the computer monitor, I'm using my left eye. If I'm looking off into the, if I'm driving, then it's the right eye. But when I'm wearing contact lenses, I can use this microphone, which is, I think, better sounding. But with the glasses, it's a little uncomfortable because it goes around the ears there. So what am I working on now? This is the co-working stream. I'm going to try to work for at least an hour or so on some network code that is not working. So let me just make some updates here. Let me switch to my chat view. Starting live stream, co-work, network code debugging. Switch to the live streams channel. Starting up the live stream. Coding, network, debugging stuff. All right. That's in the Discord chat room at davidsay.com/streamchat. It's kind of a secret place where we coworkers are gathering. But you can actually talk into the live stream on air channel, and well, actually I won't be able to hear you. Will I? Let's see. Let me make some voice channel changes so I can actually hear. Interestingly, it seems to be recording there. I should be able to hear the little box over here talk if someone actually says something in the live stream on air chat. So anyway, I'm gonna set a 15-minute timer just to pace myself. So when that goes off, it might take a couple of these things before I get into the groove. I'm guessing it'll take about 30 minutes to actually be in the coding mind state. Because right now I don't feel like doing anything. Which is why I'm live streaming this. Because I feel that eyes are watching. Or might be watching. Or I'll be judged. Sometimes people who I'm working for actually pop in here and see me doing stuff. So that's always a terrifying possibility. So anyway, let's see. So this is a programming project, and so I have this in my dev directory. I'm developing on a Macintosh here because up until recently the Macintosh was the platform to develop, for me, hybrid applications that involved coding and also involved like design. Because I can run the full Adobe Creative Suite on this, and I can also do web development here. Because the Mac is based on top of a Unix-like system. So very similar to like Linux-based web servers and so forth. Although I understand that Windows 10 recently has added a bash shell, which should allow this kind of stuff to happen, which is intriguing. So I haven't tried that out yet, but maybe when I get the PC set up with all the appropriate streaming things, I'll be able to stream from that. Later on, I was planning on doing a stream on setting up the OBS setup I have on this Mac over on the PC so it matches. But I digress. 13 minutes left in the first 50-minute chunk. Should I give myself a reward if I get into the coding mindset before this time is up? Nah. But let me just... I'm in the build folder, and let me just get the environment going. So what I'm doing now is I'm just launching the Node Express server and setting this up so I can monitor what's going on. Actually, not a whole lot has to happen on this screen. And let's see, this is localhost 3000. This is the... I'm debugging using the base engine rather than the actual sim engine, because the server, the work project that this is based on a separate project I split out from it, which is just the graphics engine and the overall graphics and animation system. And then the actual project is built as a fork from this. So if I update the base engine, then I can update the forked engine. And then theoretically, it won't screw up anything. I won't mess up the source code if we had to make changes to it. And there's extensions that are built into it. So let's see. I think Kate has arrived to paint the upstairs. So I might have to go step away for a moment. I guess the next step would be to open up my programming journal. And that would be, for programming, it's this. Let me check my continuity log. What's the last thing that I left off on? Today's September 1st. So let me just update this. Sep 01. What am I doing? Some notes from when I stopped last time. Next steps. Rewrite the server setup so it's less convoluted and avoids restarting the server, since we're not doing that anyway. Or rather, it's not useful anyway. Rewrite the server so it's a separate node process from Gulp, and then does process kill it. Huh. Anyway, I'm going to open up my timesheet on the other computer. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Hello! Meow! Hello! Let's see. Okay, I'll come in a second. I'll come up in a second. Oops, I screwed something up. Expanding this over here. Let's see if I can get a little closer on that. This is my timesheet. I guess that's kind of boring. Close this window, shrink this down a bit. All right, so I guess what am I going to do first? Rewrite the server so it's a separate node process from Gulp and just process kill it? Okay, I need to actually outline my crappy server code now. But let me try something. I'm detaching this camera. I can see if I can bring it upstairs. I happen to have this plugged into this long USB cable. It's like with an repeating extender in it. This is a mess. because it's getting stuck on everything. Let's see what's going on upstairs. Hello? This is a camera that's live streaming to the internet. Right now it's not pointing at you, though. Do you want it to be pointed at you, or prefer not to? So here's Kate. She's like cleaning, or not cleaning. She's doing my painting my living room so I can work. Yes, this will be the new living room cafe. Right now it's a living room mess, but and there's my dying tomato plant, and yeah. So hopefully this will be done by the end of the week, and we can start opening it next week. I had to go buy furniture and stick it over there, I think. Yep.
Painting will be done by Sunday.
Excellent.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
And I slept all night last night.
You look much more awake now.
I slept from 6 p.m. till 5 a.m.
Yeah.
How tired I was.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, I put out some nuts. If you start feeling weak, you eat some nuts. Okay, great. There's also some bread, and if you want a tomato, you can make a tomato sandwich. I think that's vegetarian. Can you eat cheese or?
Yeah,
Okay, so that'll be fine. So I'm gonna be downstairs. I'm working on some network coding, and I don't want to do it, so I'm streaming it. So I feel that there are people watching, so I had to do the work. So that's what I'll be doing. But
painting tray, the orange thing.
they're all outside. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
All right, what happened to the drop cloth that was here?
It's over there because I was worried the cat would poop on it,
Okay.
so I just took it off. He ended up pooping somewhere else, so it was fine.
Good for him.
Oh, it turned out yesterday it was like really not getting cold up here because that grate was closed. So and that's why the compressor was running for so long.
Yeah, it was cold downstairs.
Yeah, it was freezing downstairs, and so
First day out yesterday,
yeah.
so I was like sweating, painting.
yeah. So I just took that thing off so it wouldn't close by accident. I think sometimes the cat walks on it maybe and it closes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that shouldn't happen now. And I put that cover on there so it wouldn't be so gross looking. I do need to clean it out though. But oh, there's a cat looking suspiciously like he's going to poop on something.
He's ready.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go head downstairs again.
All right.
All right. Okay. Say bye. Bye. Bye, kitty. All right. So hopefully the camera didn't disconnect while I was doing all of that. So let's get back here and we can get back to work. Then I'll start the billing clock. And zoop. Screwing this thing back in. I wonder if there's a roaming camera. Maybe I should just put this on a little stand or figure out some way of getting some sort of clip-on thing that works. That might be kind of cool. All right. Now I'm starting the billing clock. What time is it? It's 9:23. Let's call it 9:30. It all averages out. My rule is like if I start after the time, I bump it up a minute. If I start a little bit earlier, then I will move it to the 15-minute mark because I bill in a quarter hours. So what am I doing? I'm going to first see if I can even process kill. And this is going to be not under a full rate. This is going to be ink research. Research I do like at either I don't bill it, because this is like basic like stuff. I should know how to process kill something. Yeah, but I don't charge. They charge full rate for actual code that does stuff. And I charge partial rates if it's something that I'm interested in too. Like if I'm working in 1401, the game engine, that's like 50%. Then for things like a research like this, it depends on how dumb how much I should feel I should have known this. I should know how to kill a process. I don't want to charge people for learning how to use Node. So I'm gonna put that's. Yeah, I give it the research code. Plus, I always wonder if I should give a discount because I'm streaming or not. Check my no messages. I'm ignoring mail. Theoretically, there's no reason not to work. Nope. Yep. Not a reason not to work. I guess I could try to, I'm going to go to Twitter, because why not? And just like announce I'm live co-working, doing some live co-working. Then some live co-working, doing some network code stuff. All right. Now I feel like I have to perform. So what I need to do then is I need to pull up Sublime Text, which is my text editor. Let's unbigify that. And let's go to the 2-page layout. And let's also load the right project, which is, I think, in here. And then I need to also open up SourceTree, which is my Git repo graphical management thing. This is convenient to see what I've changed. And then this looks like, so yesterday, the last stuff I changed was in the 1401 JS module. And this, I was just inserting debugging statements in here because I don't know how to debug yet. Debug for real in Node. And actually, part of this running the server as a process, that might actually allow me to include the debug flags that I need so I can actually run the Node debugger for when I've read before. So I can make a list of things that I need to do. So here's my continuity notes. I am going to start, try running the Node server from Gulp file as a process that can be killed and restarted. That's kind of what I wanted to do. And so let me go back to here, and in one of these untitled things, these are kind of all my continuity notes. I keep notes in the environment so I can. It's like I have a lot of them now. I should consolidate them all into one thing. I'll write as I'm figuring stuff out. Oops. So I just want to save all these in someplace. I should save this someplace. Let's see. Let me go to, they say dev. This is in 1401. And I don't have a document file. But let me save something here. But first let me set this as the default folder currently. For all listen part files, for also, yeah, because I'm going to be in this folder all in and out. There's my 15-minute timer. Let me reset that. I feel like I'm starting to get in the groove of things, but I think it's going to take another 15-minute burst before I completely fall in line with this. So, yeah. We're going to call this working notes MD. So it's saved in that. I'm not going to commit it to the repo, but at least it's saved someplace. I'll leave that up, and then I'll put this up here. What's causing the service crash? This is all kind of a mess. Let's put this for yesterday. It's last time I looked at this was Monday, I think, so that was August 30th. That causes a server crash. So today is September 01. How to fix the server crash. Now, from what I remember with the server crash, let's see. There's 2 errors here. And Node is warning about multiple listeners being added, and e-address and use occurs soon afterwards. The issue seems to be that what I was trying to do was I was trying to close the server on LiveReload because I wanted to actually reload the Node stuff. So if I'm working on server-based code, which is running in Node.js and not in the browser, then I can restart it. And I think the way I did it was naive. It turns out it's difficult to restart a Node HTTP server because if there's any open connections, it won't close. And I think it has a timeout. I guess a way of doing it is to turn off keep alive, which is an HTTP protocol that says leave the socket connection open so because we're expecting more requests for a browser page load. And that's faster than opening and closing it and opening and closing and opening and closing it for like your 200 elements on the page. I'm starting to digress into server load optimization, but don't want to think about it now. But so the focus is, I think one thing to do is just for now, just the easy thing to do would just be to strip out the server restart stuff. The easy thing, remove the code that attempts to restart the server and see if the crash goes away. That's not the end functionality I want, but this would be an easy fix. I could move on to doing other things. And it would confirm my understanding of what the problem is. So, and I had to think about where this starts. Let me look at the gulp file. The gulp file is what runs the project when I type gulp into the command line. And the gulp default is to execute run server. Well, first it does build, and then when build is done, it executes run server. The build task does a bower get, copies bower assets, copies more of bower assets, and there's a callback, which I think this ends up being this. Yeah. And then it does run server. Copy bower assets and copy assets do a bunch of other things too, I think. Yeah, well, all this is doing is just copying the compiled files into the final directory. This is cherry picking stuff out of the bower library directory, meticulously hand copied. But I think that ends up being cleaner. Or you end up being closer to what's happening in the repos and how they're organized. So I think that's better just from a developer awareness perspective. But anyway, let's look at run server. Run server is calling start server, and it starts LiveReload, and it does a gulp watch, and then it calls server 1401 notify LiveReload. Server 1401 is this file. Notify LiveReload probably is where I need to try this. So here it's doing a start server again. That shouldn't need to happen. Debug test. SEP 01 to 16. Comment out start server because it doesn't work anyway. It doesn't work and might be causing the issues with restarting. And then I'm referring to, I should look at my, let's look at GitHub and look at my, I should have made an issue for this, but I don't think I have. I've not used any issues here. Let's enter it in. E-adder in use node crashes with what was the error? I could copy that someplace else in that. It's in here. Where's the error? That's working notes. There's two errors. Here it is. This is the node terminal output. E-address in use. Unhandled error. This is an intermittent crash. After, when running 1401A1 and doing several source code changes that force a live reload, the node server will crash with an e-address in use conflict. This is because it's at server listen. It does not always happen right away, but can occur after just being idle for a while. So that's a perfectly fine issue that we're going to report. And then I got to write down what I think this issue is. So the issue is the way that 1401A1 currently is starting the Express server is probably incorrect. It attempts to restart the server code during the live reload notification event, but it doesn't calling server close before attempting to restart. However, and using the callback function to then and using the call to then restart the server. Restart the server. In my testing, it appears that the callback may not be called for several minutes because the server doesn't always close right away. If live reload occurs several times or twice, more than once, and during this stall, the server restart code executes multiple times and stalls, then runs all at once. This causes multiple initializations to server listen. which of course is all the same address. Hence, ER in use. The workaround is to try disabling it or rewriting the server restart code so it doesn't suffer from this asynchronous delay issue. Some possibilities are to use or to start the server using a process exec type of call so it can be mercilessly killed. And also started with more debug options or more node debugging options, which are no, or manually closing the sockets associated with server listen. By tracking them myself. Apparently, restarting a node server is not a graceful or intuitive thing, though there are modules that handle it. They might be worth looking through to see how they achieve this, because I would like to know what the end. All right. Let me add the comment, so now I'm keeping track of. Let me assign this to myself. So I have an official issue in my 1401 repo. There is another error related to this, but I'm not going to look at it. Oops. I need to get something to drink. Let's make sure that my audio is still working. Looks like it's still working. Good. All right. What's the next step? Look back at my notes again. Where do they have the working notes? Or how to fix the server crash? And oops. Okay, I think I'm actually in the zone now. 1401 JS. Comment out the 1401 notify live reload. Comment out start server. Server is already started. Anyway. So what happens? What happens? So I got that going. Let me go back to here. Let me restart this. So theoretically now, these live reloads should need a force by I need to actually change the source file. It's this game rerun thing. That means I need to, just so I can see what's happening. Let me just go here. So if I save this file, it'll force a live reload. Before, if I did this 11 times, it would cause a crash. Stopped counting. 8, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, Well, crashing isn't happening, and I mean this is the quick fix to it. All right. Make live reload, not call. I'm updating my timesheet. What am I going to call this? It seems to be stable. So maybe I just should stay with this as the fix for now and then worry about the other stuff later so they can work on... no. What I'll do is I'm going to do this past 30 minutes or 15 minutes rather. Remove or fix crash problem or fix server crash by not attempting to restart server. That's like kind of a workaround. Ideally, from a development perspective, Inc. Or this is 1401. This is the 1401 code. 1401. I'll call it Inc. 1401. That's the partial billing code. What I want to do is I want to fix this restart. I want to actually try to restart the server from as a node exec thing, because that would allow me to debug more efficiently. Right now I'm debugging using print statements in my node code. It's it's a 1985. That's I think 14.1. I was like try starting Express as node process exec. I don't even know if a node can do this. I think it can. Let me just add. No, that was what I was going to do. Was I was going to add what that fix was, but I'm just going to run it like this for a while. Maybe see if it crashes. In fact, let me commit this right now. What's in here that I want to keep? Let me remove all my debug stuff from 1401. There. Oh, it's not embiggened anymore. So we've got this going on. Let me remove my debug code from here. Also, I want to refer to C repo issue number 6. So that's now in the code base. And I had a bunch of console out stuff that was happening in here. I should branch this out too. Debug start live reload. Notify live reload, FP reload. That should be there. These will look fine. I have no second alert here. PC emoji. Okay. Go back to source tree. Look at our changes. What's showing up here? Where is this? This is in line closing server line 71. Did I miss that? Yeah. Was I waiting for callback? Or waiting for server? Waiting for server to close. Debug. Server closed. Restart. Alright, so all these debug messages are back in. Just checking to see. So I'm going to commit this in. This isn't based on game. What I want to do is make a new branch here. This is going to go bg dash fix server crash. So that's my new branch. And I'm going to commit this then. And this is bg-fix server crash. What did I do? Added debug tracing to see if server restart is actually occurring the way I think it is. It should. Commented. Commented out. Notify live reload use of start server to see if this fixes it. So there's that commit. And I'll just live with this for a while to see if it actually works. Or I could push it up and see. It'd be easy enough to just put into the other code base. But then I would have to remember that to undo it before merging back in. These git merges get confusing for me. Let's see. Anyway, let me go back to Sublime Text. And so at least I have, well, the reason why I committed this in the first place is because I'm about to make another commit. And I want to be able to see what changes I've made on top of it. So now we need to look up, how do you do, how to node start another node process? Is that something I can do? I have two separate node applications. I like one of them to be able to start the other one at some point in the code. How can I do this? Use child process fork. Use similar to spawn, but use to create entirely new instances of V8. Specially used. Alright, so yeah. Child process fork. Child is equal to fork script. Process does not exit automatically. You must call process exit for it to exit. Arguments are passed as a second array. Fork script arg1, arg2, arg2. Actually, I don't want to do it like this because I want to exec it with... Oh wait, no, I should be able to pass... It's forking... Alright. What I want to do is be able to start a new instance of Node running my script, but also I want to run Node with different command line arguments, I think. Because I think I want to be able to use the Node debugger. Let's read the rest of this. Let me look at this. Do you find yourself wishing you could have your Node process start another program for you? Fire child process exec, it runs your process output, buffers its output when it's calls it finished. So I need to call process exit. So here it's loading ls-l. Is that what the same thing? There's the callback. ls on exit. Error stack is a stack trace to the point. Was that the same? Yes, no, this is required child process. Required is the same thing. Let's look up child process exec. Child process exec. I don't even know what version of Node I'm running. Synchronous process creation, synchronous process creation, process exec, process fork. Oh, this one was saying use process fork, right? Yeah, process fork. And this other answer was saying, was using process exec. New instances of Node. So what I wanted to see if we can pass command line arguments to it. So process exec versus process fork. What's process exec do? Command to run. Well, process fork is the one that was initially. The module to run in the child. List of string arguments. Current working directory. Environment. Executable to use create the child process. It's independent of the parents. Trusts on memory. Spawn. What was the difference between fork and spawn? What is the difference between exec, fork, and spawn? I just lost the... This is terrible documentation formatting, by the way. It's hard to tell the difference when this one ends and the other one ends. It's a special case. I guess it allows you to run have a script instead of a path to a executable. So alright, so I think I want to give that a try. But then I also have a question: how to run or launch Node with debugging. I've never tried using the Node debugger, but apparently Node debug my script. I'm just reading, scanning this documentation. Node debugging best practices. So starting to hear the joint. I think that's the parent company that's managing Node. Tactics for debugging. Blah, blah. Or debugged running process. This is too detailed for me, so I need to actually find some tutorial. Let's try how to debug a Node program. Debugging Node.js, 3 options. This looks relatively new. So built-in Node debugger creates breakpoints. That's not what I want. I want to be able to monitor this. Or I want to get better debug traces. Or I also want better runtime error handling. Node inspector. Ooh. npm install -g node inspector. We run debugger node app by typing node debug app.js. Oh. Alright. This might be what I want. But an IDE debugger would be nice too. This is like sort of a simple article, but at least it gets me oriented. Node.js debugger based on Blink developer tools. No debugging and you can see why I don't charge for this. Let's see. Node inspector is based on Blink developer tools. Debugger interface. npm and node inspector node, but this is the same thing we're talking about. So, what does it do though? Oh, it works almost exactly the same as Chrome developer tools. I like that. Set breakpoint, step over, so inspect, hover over stuff. Let's see if we can find a video for this. Dev tool, REPL. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is a, what is this? Dev tool runs in some Chrome dev tools. Hello world. Built an Electron to blend Node.js and Chromium features. Install it with npm dev tool. You can do inspection. That looks intriguing. Dev tool app.js watch. Oh, this looks cool. Saving the file, reload the... This looks really cool. Let's take a look at... This is really... This is not 1401 work anymore. This is R&D. This is actual research, or actually not ink-related research. This is I thought I had a code for this. I'll give it a new code, Ink Explorer. So what I want to do is wanted to look at YouTube. And let's see, DevTool. If someone has done a nice little video about it. hear anything. Let's go into my multi-out. Oh, maybe it's because... No, I don't have desktop audio recording. Why don't I hear any sound?
I set that aside for a moment and I tried out a tool called DevTool. So, DevTool, it's just a global install utility you use it instead of Node. So DevTool and then the actual source of the code. So I've got a bug here where this is saying that I'm doing some tree parsing in Node of Node modules, and it says that this package is extraneous when it shouldn't be. So what I'm doing is going to my code, really simply finding the point where it marks the dependency as extraneous. I'm just going to slap in a debugger statement there, and then just run my code. But instead of running it with Node, I use the DevTools. I'll show you that now. So let's back out of these. So I do
Doing loopback mirror now.
Dot. Oh,
no, I can't hear anything.
DevTool. Oh, wrong version of Node. Excuse me. Do a lot of switching with NVM. So DevTool, I've already pre-installed it, and this is the command I need. It'll fire up the DevTools, which are fairly similar to the ones the one in DevTools now in browser. Things like
loopback mirror at least
drag and
is
drop the tabs isn't there yet, but I imagine that they will just keep it in sync. So let's remember some previous breakpoints. I'm just going to uncheck these breakpoints and hit play. And I should hit the debugger. There you go. So I hit the debugger, and now I can do what I normally do client side. The only thing I can't do is workspaces, so I have to try and remember the code changes I made, or I should be able to do save as.
So it's not doing me any good.
Again, Iron Node is a very similar tool.
Monitor.
It has a large kind of part down one side of the page that's taken up with a README, but it's supposed to
support multi-out working either. It's connected to the Logitech adapter.
The reason I found this was that it also profiles the code for me. So
go to internal speakers.
I was using it to look at where the JavaScript performance was going and where the time was going. So if I let this play out, or actually just exit out and go to my CLI code, I can add in here console.profile start.
That's a nice looking Sublime text theme. So blue and comforting. I wonder what the theme that is. Alright, so you know what? I'm just going to install it and see what happens. I don't usually like installing things without knowing a little bit more about them, but because I hate polluting my system with stuff that I might not use. So I guess it's Node Inspector. Where's that? This is that simple one by Matt Nedrick, developed with a general interest in computer science and mathematics. Just skip the built-in notebooker because blah. Let's see what happens. All right, so we're going to install npm Node Inspector globally. For some reason I thought that Node Inspector was like deprecated. Or something terrible happened. Last commit was April 8. Node Inspector. News. Does anyone else find debugging with Node Inspector frustrating and time consuming? Node 6.3, run it with inspect, visit the URL, prints. It's like a Node Inspector, much faster? Oh. Maybe that has been. That sounds like a recent thing. node 63 dash dash inspect. Maybe I don't even install this thing, because maybe they've moved it in. But what version of Node am I running? Node dash dash version 5.10.0. Do I want to upgrade my node? Well, let's find out what this inspect flag is. Experimental support. I think we'll skip that and go with the node inspector thing. Okay, so npm install -g node inspector. That will install this globally. And then node debug app.js. This seems to work. We'll have to live with it for a while. Now, how to run the node debugger. npm install-g node inspector. It's updating my notes here. And then node app debug. Node debug. Debug. Oh. Now it spawns a thing. Whoa. That's cool. Didn't want to start REPL. Run user. What? Control C again. So that ran in interactive mode. Okay. So the next step, I think, is to try to modify this queue. How to run our Express server remotely. I think that's, what do they say, child fork. Try using fork script. So I think I need to do that for my gulp file. So instead of run server, let's get rid of the server instance stuff. Hello. So I'm forgetting how come I can't comment this out? Have I forgotten the command to do that? I could have sworn it was command shift selection, comment selection, comment. What's the shortcut for that? That's what I was just typing, wasn't it? It's just not working for some reason. Maybe it doesn't understand my weird-ass commenting style. Let's see. Move this to try child fork. So here what we want to do is this. And somewhere down here, when we do the start server or run server, we want to do this. The name of the script is this. Oops. I'll fork that. Oh wait, that will, okay. Fork. We want to have to rewrite 1401 to start server and start live reload. Fork the 1401 process. Actually, this should be server 1401. Let's go up here and try server 1401. That's our new server instance. This is either I'll describe this. This is for managing the 1401 server node process. This is fork server 1401. Rewrite 1401 JS to call start server. Is that right? And live reload. I already forgot what it was. Well, that's why we have works running source tree. Oops. I guess I have to save this first. Is it in here? It's here. And according to my source tree thing, what did I change in it? Down here it was, this is what going to start server, then start live reload. Start live reload immediately. So in 1401, it's defining a bunch of functions. It's returning this as a module. We no longer want to do that. We just want this to go. Is that right? If you launch a node, okay, because we're not loading as a module anymore, so therefore this goes away. But how do you talk to it later? Because this is an entirely different node instance. I guess we don't, okay. This is no longer a module. So what this is, well, let's even just see if it works. start. And I wanted to do what? Server. What did I say? Start server. I don't know if this is good practice or not. And then I want to do start live reload. Let's see. Let's just start server, take some arguments. If there are no arguments, then it just defaults to a number of things. Later, a beeping noise. What's going on here? Someone's live streaming some stuff on a different channel. What was I doing? I heard a beeping. It's not from here. So I see what happens. Well, let me look at start live reload. That has no elements, so I'm expecting a bunch of crashes. Let's just see what happens. So now, if I type gulp, will it spawn another instance of the server? I don't see anything happening. Oops. This probably will break. Wait, it didn't break. It's actually doing something. What? No. Really? Does this work? Let me shrink in. Alright, so if I'm saving this game run file. No, this crashes. Okay, so I'm certified and LiveReload is not a function. So it actually ran the server though, which is more than that is promising. Let me console log starting child 1401 JS process fork. A bunch of mumbo jumbo-y things. So gulp crash address in use because it's not that server's still running. So how do you close it? The server's running. How do I kill the process? Kill -9 3063. So that should break it. Okay. So that's an interesting question. So I'm able to start the server, but how do I kill it again? How do I run an external process and kill it? I guess since I'm running it from Gulp. Let me close some stuff here. Child process fork returns child process. What can I do with child process? Can I close it? There's events. Disconnect. Error. Exit. Message. Child connected. Child can disconnect. Child kill. That's what I want. Fork returns a child process. You can call fork kill on it. So then the next question is, how do I detect when gulp file is terminated? There's got to be some way of doing that. So gulp handle control C. Do a cleanup action just before NodeJS exit. Continue gulp and error. Prevent sigint from on control C. Execute gulp task on control C. What's this? Gulp task stop server. Task source. Where's postmortem being executed? This looks like it might be super, super small. Pipe postmortem. I don't know if I like this. Let's look at the GitHub. Let's see what's actually in this. This looks like really tiny. Let's look at the package JSON to see what the main file is. Main is index.js. That's this. It's one function. Exports. If it's TT catch sigin. If data length is standard in on data, function catch control C. I didn't know you could do that. You can define a function in like this in line, and I guess that makes sense. That you can return later. I never thought about doing that. So I can get standard in, and I can try to catch control C on it. It emits an event called data, and it's checking for control C basically. It tries to do some additional gulp tasks. All I want to do is kill a process. So it's this, or it's this. These are what I want. Standard in set ROM mode. Yes, okay. So what I think I want to do is in my gulp file. Let's see. Var standard in equal to process standard in. Where's process? Is that just a available thing? Maybe. Guess we'll find out. Oops. What? This is screwing me up. That's supposed to be right there. Process standard in. If standard in exists and it's in TTY mode, it sets raw and then on data catch control C. It checks this. So if this is happening, if this is a control C, console log, whoa, control C, dude. Let's just see if this actually is working. What's the hell? Stupid spaces. So let's run this. See if this does what I think it will. Oops. Gulp. Missing blah blah after argument list. On function control C. It's running. Control C. Whoa! Control C, dude. But it's still running. Great. Now I can't Control C out of the terminal. So I'm probably overriding what Gulp is doing. So maybe I'm surprised Gulp doesn't have a hook for this. It probably does. So this might be a dumb module, but I don't know. When was this written? 2015. Let's see. Is there such a thing as hook, sigterm, and Gulp? Get hook, nope. Get guppy. Let's look at this. I tried this, process on exit, function goodbye. You can register for SIGINT, exit handler, process on, oh, I can just do this. I can register a handler. Let's look at this code again. So if I get rid of this stuff, let's see if this doesn't let me. It's still not letting me comment out anything. Why? Why? It's not working at all. That's strange. We block comment that out. Let me just observe what happens when I just run Gulp regularly. cd dev, cd 1401a1, cd build, Gulp. So I'm doing this, and it's doing its thing. It's saying if type control C, it exits as expected. And then it says function exit handler. Do something when app is closing. Process on exit, exit, bind, handler bind, null, cleanup true. Or I can do process on SIGINT, or process on, yeah. Why is it calling it like this, though? I think the bind function, what exit handler bind does, the function object is being, actually I don't know what bind does. I thought it was something like call or apply, which allows you to set arguments and also establish what the context of this is. However, I don't see any references to this in this at all. So this looks like it is unnecessary. Am I still getting audio levels? Looks like I am. That's a weird noise. Cat, what are you doing? Let's try some of this process. Let's try process on SIGINT and see if anything happens. Process, oops, orifices. Process on SIGINT function. What's this again? What does function bind do? JavaScript function bind. Bind a new function when call has this and this. Oh, that's interesting. You can actually pre-bind it? That's convenient. Is this a new? Oh, this is a new something. This is an ES6 thing. Ah, that's cool. The simplest use of bind is to make a function that no matter how it's called with a particular value, this value. Yeah, so this is a way for newbie JavaScript programmers to not get caught off guard by the ridiculous this handling of standard or older JavaScript. Okay, so let's try this process on. The funny thing is like, all right, that's, what am I doing? I'm going back to Sublime. On second, I'll just pass it a function. Although I guess maybe it doesn't. Well, let's see what happens. Let's see if we can just. Whoa! Just see what happens with that. All right. This might break it again. Yeah, I'm stuck in here now. So it's replacing it. I wonder if there's a way of calling the previous handler. Function proc exit. How do I get the old process handler? Let's see, that would be call previously defined process handler. Process on JavaScript node. Managing child processes, under process next tick, global, sigint, get current sigint handler node process. So we have different default handlers. What was the name of the thing I was doing? It was process on. Actually, I don't see it listed here. Process on. Okay, handle. That's probably something I need to do. Sigint. Let's see if the sigint is in here. Oops. Sigint. Process kill. See process signal events and kill. And sig hup. Process kill. Is there a way of getting the previous handler? What I want to do is just clean up. Gulp, clean up before Control C. So you go up an error. Gulp doesn't watch, doesn't quit, or get killed. Does on data. Source pipe on error on error. Where to load pipe on stream. So I guess when watch is running, let me look at my gulp file again. So run server does this run watch thing. It runs a sequence. And what if I had to do something like this? Gulp, watch, Control C. With Control C when you go to gulp watch. It prevents the sending a SIGINT. Maybe, maybe I need to, maybe I'm being dumb. Maybe I just need to, now you just call process exit. Would it be that easy? Oops, this is still, kill that. Run new terminal. cd dev, 1401 A1, build, gulp, Control C. Oh, that worked. Okay, excellent. So that means I don't need to do all this Control C detection crap. I can just do that. I don't need that either. What I want to do here is if server 1401, server 1401 kill, and process exit. Will that do it? That'd be amazing. It's okay, now we're running gulp. And this should work again. Now I'm typing Control C. And will I be able to run it again? Oh my goodness, it's working. In fact, I'm down here. Yes! That does what I wanted to do. Let's give it. Process control. So running some stuff here, process control. On, okay, on Control C, we need to stop the server, the web server also. Console log. Terminating. Gulp file. So now when I run this, Control C, let's give it a nice message. Server 1401 term. 14.1 Express server. Oh wait, that's not what I want to do. Server 14.01. Console log. Exiting process. I do like my little system messages. Good. So now that that's working, the next step process on SIGINT function process exit. That's the code. The next question is, can I replace fork with exec to run node debug instead? That is the interesting question. But first, in source tree, let me commit these next changes. Commit update or bg fix server crash update. Now uses fork or child process fork to run 421JS as a new node process that can be killed. But now the question is, can we actually restart the server? Let's do another function here called function kill 1401. See if that still works. Now can we call this from somewhere else? And I want to know when to call it. I want to call it on that server restart stuff, on notify LiveReload. Although that's happening where? That no longer is happening in 1401. Or in the gulp file. And this is happening here. We're starting this up. So how do you control the running process? Notify live reload, or start. It's all the code's in here actually. Start live reload has all its stuff in there. I guess the thing is that I haven't even checked to see if the live reload's working again. Well, I did test it, I think. But let's confirm. If I save game run, it should do a live reload. Nope, it crashes because I didn't finish that. The server 1401 node is not a function. This is happening in gulp file line 188. Let's continue doing that. Gulp file line 188. It's calling run server. Wait a moment. If it's watching, it needs to do... It needs to somehow tell 1401 to do its live reload thing. However, I don't think it has a B in 1401. Oops. Modify live reload. Let's see if we can move this out of here. In fact, is there anything in here that requires us to be in this module? I don't think so. Tiny LR maybe. It's listening. Okay, there's this stuff I think can be moved out of there. I think. Because all this needs to do is listen. It's not reconfiguring the server at all. It's just using completely this live reload function. Okay. So I think we can do this. Let's move this out of here. Put this in the gulp file. Run server. Notify live reload. We also need to pull what? Where's start server? Start server is this. I need this. I also need the module itself, right? So what I'm doing is I'm moving some code around. I want to be able to restart the server on demand, so I've moved that into its own code. But now I need to put the live reload functions back in the gulp file, so I can actually have it do something. This is what I want. This needs to be up there. Wait a moment. So that was where? Where was I just? It was here. I was listening. don't, yeah. I was wondering if it made a new instance of it. Start LiveReload. Notify LiveReload. File name, time of changed, file name. So that's in here now. Start LiveReload now has to be happen here. Notify LiveReload can still be, that the notification is set up where? That's on watch. That's here. And now this is just a local function. Oops. And so now, I don't, yeah, okay. That should work. Nope. No, because I'm still running the server thing. Kill -9, 5007. Let's try to see if this works. Nope. What happened here? Reference error. Config is not defined. Yep. That would be the case. Where is config? Config is here. Config live reload port. Let's move some of this crap out of here. We no longer are using... No, we are using start server. A lot of this stuff is no longer necessary. So let's rewrite this. Config is equal to config or that. These live reload things are no longer a part of this. Live reload stuff should all come out of here. And all we want to have in this are the server hooks. Server restart is no longer a thing. I don't think we need this anymore because we're not waiting for the server to close. In fact, we don't need any of this. No, I guess we can leave that in. We're not, the server close stuff is no longer necessary, but let me stick this stuff back down here. All this needs to move over to the gulp file. But where do I stick it? Let's stick it up here for now. Var config is equal to this. I'll reformat this all later. Actually, this looks like it has to be when start server is called. Or run server. Run server. Config. Oh, that's already. I don't think I just need to save that. Config equals config or blah. Actually, I do need to save this. Let's turn on it. So config is like CFG this, blah 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 blah. Set up all these things. Fork the 1401 process. Start live reload. Start live reload now is going to configure to all these values here. Or empty object. What's up with that? Oh, it's an object. Okay. So this can take in additional parameters without overriding them. If it's enabled, I'm not sure where server init hook is being used anymore. Oh, it's up here. I guess it's not. They need to do further configuration. The Express app. This hook is provided. I can't do it in this module. I might be able to just stick it in here. And start runs in run server. Oh, but I can't get the. Can't get the app instance now. So where am I using server in the hook now? Am I using it here anywhere? I don't think I'm using it anywhere. Oh wait, I am using it in the other project. I am using it to load the step server. Maybe? Let me take a look at the other project. So going back to play, somewhere I'm using server to server init hook. This is vastly changing the way this is starting up. So my gulp file. Build. I've modified this. I don't think I can call the function across from it. Alright, so, okay, this is... So, what the problem I'm facing now is that 1401 is a separate module, but I've had to extend it in the fork. I've extended it in such a way that I didn't have to touch the original, any of the original source files. Instead, I had defined a hook that allowed you to initialize with the function, and then you would initialize it, and you would pass along a function that would be executed afterwards. So that would pass on the additional stuff. And so how am I actually doing that? I think in the gulp file, in the modified gulp file, server init. No, maybe I'm not using it here. How am I using this? Oh, here it is. In run server, I've modified it so I call it step start, which wasn't there before. So how do I work around that? Because now I'm running the 1401 server. But you know what? Maybe I have to allow modifications to the 1401 server. I'm going to change this all anyway. So, alright. So I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe something will come to me later. What? Since 1401 is now... Oh, you know what I could do? I have it just spawn a different file. I could have it, instead of running 14.1.js, I could just run yeah, I could make it is now child forked or child exec. Loading the step extensions in forks needs to be done in a different way. Modifying 14.1.js becomes necessary, or modifying the Gulp file to load step.js, which then loads 14.1.js as a module. And when I do a require, does that actually execute? I think it does. Actually, I guess that would be the way. So then you modify the Gulp file, but you don't have to modify 14.01.js. That would be the way to do it, I think. Woohoo! I forgot what I was doing again. Oh, okay. I'm trying to modify this code so it does what it's supposed to do. I've kind of lost my place. So I was getting rid of the server init hook. I think that's gone from here now. Oops. Nope, it's still there. That doesn't need to be there anymore. We're getting rid of that. Start server. We don't need this. Starting server. Actually, that doesn't need to happen. The start LiveReload goes away. What's the new 14.01.js? That's just a simple server now. So LiveReload complexity is in here. Oops. For handling LiveReload. Paths. Modules. Gulp tasks. So our start LiveReload stuff. Utility functions. LiveReload supports. Necessary. So then in our run server code, (14.1) starts LiveReload. This no longer needs to be there. It's 14.01. think there's a way that you can check to see if not module exports. Module else module exports start server equals equal to start server. Oops, start server. Where's my SIGINT process stuff? We just lose it? Oh, that's in the gulp file. Starting 1401 server. Fig's not defined. Gulp. Crash. Reference error. Live reload part's not defined. Where run server. Gulp file. What's run server gulp file? Run server gulp file. What line was it? 191. Here. Oops. Nope. That's gone again. Live reload port. It's not defined. Duh. Okay. What was live reload? Live reload port. There's all this stuff here. I guess I need all of this. One. Views path. Actually, all of this stuff is express port, that stays. Views path, okay, that's all related to here. Gulp file. Live reload port. Let's see if that. I'm just going to be dumbly just start running this. And oops, what's going on here? Bunch of undefined config live reload server 1401JS line 3. First, let me copy some stuff out of here. Looks like I need these also copied over. And there was the other issue with server.js 1401 line 143. We don't need this anymore. Where's get server even being called? It's only 2 places. I think that's just being linted. Who's calling get server? No one. This is no longer. These are no longer useful functions because of the way we're loading it. Okay, start live reload. Reload this. And the server is not being started. How do you know Can I determine whether or not I'm being loaded as a module? I think it's everything in or required. So the expectation is when I run a file. Oh, okay. Probably what I want to do is break this file up a little bit more. This should probably be called server now. So I can load it as a module. So I can do my, yeah, that would make sense. So let's restore these property accesses. These shouldn't be there anyway. Module exports equal or start server is equal to start server. Module exports. We're doing this right. Get server equals get server. Module exports get express app or get app equals get express app. So this is going to be now called where's the library? Oh, okay, there isn't one. This is going to be called something else. This is going to be called build. It's going to be called, still be called 1401. But 1401 server.js. So that can be loaded as a module. And then the 1401 instance. And all this does is require, or is var server is require 1401 server. Server start server. That's all that needs to do. And then what this does is I can include that directly. It doesn't need any module exports. Then I can also include the server and then get the various hooks from it. And in fact, so I can reintroduce my app instance thing. And then 1401 can extend this still, I think. Let's see, so how would that work? I guess I could add in the new 1401 module exports what What did I call it before? What am I looking for? I'm looking for source tree. And in 1401, which is now all gone, I used to have that app instance stuff. Or that was in 1401 server. I had... Is it gone now? No, this is the new file. There was a place where I had that app use. Here, this is what I had before. So exports var server init hook. Set server init hook. Functions server init. Oops. Server init hook. Hook. If type of hook function server init hook equals hook, else throw new error arg1 must be function. Module exports set server init hook. And then module, is it module or is it module exports? Or is it module exports or just exports? I don't remember. Module exports, that really is the only thing. Actually, I guess we want to pass this line down to server init hook. We don't want to save it here. We want to actually save it in the server. Express is equal to server set init hook. So we're passing that along. And so in 1401 server, we need something called set server init hook. Server init hook. Technically, it's maybe not necessary anymore. It's in view. So that's how many hours has this been going? It's 2 hours and 50 minutes. I'm starting to need lunch, I think. It's not even noon yet, though, but I feel I've gotten a good dent into this. Server init hook. Var server hook. SV init. here is where I wanted to have that check, which again was this. It happened before app listen. If type of SV init hook is equal to function, then SV will do that callback. May not be strictly necessary anymore. Clean this up a bit. Oops. Yeah, I'm learning how Express works. It's frightening. But I need a new function here. Module exports. Set server init hook equals set server init hook. This is no longer starting at the server. These are exported modules. Set server init hook 1401. Set server next server set server init hook. So that no longer has to be there. So it is just called with the hook then. Oops. I don't think, did I actually write the function? I did not. Function set server init hook. Hook. This is SV init hook. There we go there. Allow use the past hook will be called with the express app instance before app listen is executed. When you call before start server, I should probably this no longer has to be there. Let's grab these, grab that, stick it here for our server. So now that will start the server. Is that what I want to do though? 14, if I include 421, for the unmodified 1 repos, this is called directly by the Gulp file. For forks, you will want to make your own startup file-based or set server. For the 1401 repo for unmodified 1401A1 instances, you won't have to do much with this. Am I doing this right? In fact, no, I'm doing this wrong. This has there's no way of executing this. For forks, you'll want to create your own version of 1401JS. Name it something else that includes 1401 server and uses set server init hook to insert your own Express app setup. Then modify the Gulp file to load your new server starter. Is the server startup code called directly from the Gulp file in run server. I have to change this. Yes, you want to add new features. To add new features, create your own version of 1401. That one includes 1401 server. That does a call to server set server and net hook. Before calling start server, this function will receive, or the hook function will receive an instance of the Express app, which can be modified before app listen is invoked. You can add your own routes, etc. then. Okay, that's set. 41 server is imported by 421 JS. It's that it is invoked in a separate node instance, so it can be killed and restarted independently of the gulp build process. Where am I? So I'm done sort of cleaning up and documenting this stuff. I'm probably forgetting something, but let's see what happens when I try to run it again. Crash. Cannot read property port if undefined in 1401. Line 80 of 1401 server JS. Set app port config port or 3000. Why isn't port? What's the actual error again? Cannot read property port if undefined. Config.port. Config is undefined, it thinks. Am I saving config? I am. Okay, it's like reading the local config. That's better. Config, optimize false, config port, start express. This might have a better chance of running. Good. Can you reload this? Good. Now let's test the live reload. If I save game run, does anything happen? Oh, it's live reloading. The control C, does it crash? That's exactly what it should be doing. Dude, okay. Let's take a look again at this. And let's look at our gulp file, make sure nothing strange is happening. It's still kind of a mess, but copy assets, copy more Bower assets, gulp tasks, process control. Text, constants. This is just a consolidate. Alright, so this looks still fairly clean. It's a little cleaner because I understand how it works now. Run server. Sets a configuration. It sets up all the LiveReload stuff. The LiveReload stuff seems to work. I'm still skeptical, so let me double check that works. Debug, start LiveReload. Where's that happening? Let's get rid of some of these error messages. I think that was the only one. Where's the other one happening? Start express first time call. That's in the 1401X server. Let's get rid of this. I don't know if I need any of that anymore. Because like there's no more of this testing for whether or not I need to restart the server instance internally, because I'm killing it now from the outside. Okay. Server terminated. I can restart this. Not getting any errors. I can reload this. Let me try just making a simple modification that, let's see, this is 1401 games demo. Tests. Are we even running the right test? It's in game run screen. So it's this file. Let's just set the zoom on the sprite from 1 to 2 just to see if it does anything. Now it's still running, right? Yeah, let's shrink this again. And save this file. I should reload it, and the sprite should be twice as big, and it is. That's excellent. Save it again. Regular size, let's save it 10 times and see if it crashes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's not crapping out with this listener error anymore because I'm not restarting the server. But that would be the next thing to do. Let's commit this. So now we have a few new changes. This is BG fix server crash. Convert 1401 or split 1401 JS into JS and 1401 server JS. Move live reload code into Gulp file. From 1401 server to Gulp file JS. That's what that does. Alright, so the next stage of this is to see if we can invoke the debugger and see if that actually does anything cool. So instead of doing in the Gulp file, in our process control stuff, let's move this down. Down to here. LiveReload supports process control. Just executes immediately. Fortune one web server. Okay, kills 14.1 and then calls exiting process exit. But what do we want to do? What was it going to do? What I want to do is actually, I just made some little changes to the gulp file. I want to amend the last commit. I'm rewriting history, but I haven't pushed this anywhere. Yes, so didn't break anything. Let's see if my microphone's still juicing. Yep. Now what? So let's type in a work log over here. Blarg. Starting to lose my focus. It's almost lunchtime. The last thing to do is this node debug thing. So what I need to look at is in the gulp file, run server. Instead of doing this, actually, I'll clean this up a little bit more. Let me just check all my spacings. 2 spaces. 1 space. Gulp task, 2 spaces. That looks clean. That's 3 spaces. Okay. Let me amend that commit again. Oh, wait. What happened here? Oh, that's not right. File status, gulp file. That's just some spacing changes. Commit. Amend the last commit. Yes. So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at this. Instead of using server 1401 equals fork, we're going to do blarg. What was it again? It was, let's see again, not that. Not that. Start another node process. We wanted to look at not fork, but exec. So let's add that. Var exec equals require child process exec. I think that's what I want. And then you can exec an entire command with a callback. Do I want to use exec or do I want to use spawn? Use child process exec or spawn. What's the difference? Spawn and exec. Why do they do the same thing? Which one they should use? And what they return. Spawn returns a stream and exec returns a buffer. Spawn returns standard out, standard error. You can read data for the child process sends back to node. Oh, that's cool. I like that. As data and an other event. Spawn is best used when we want to return a large amount of data. Oh, this is fascinating. Spawn is asynchronous. Starts sending back data as soon as the child starts executing. Oh, I had no idea you could do stuff like this. That is pretty cool. Synchronously asynchronous. Okay, I think I want to use spawn. Because I want to be able to read those streams. So, spawn curl. No, do I want to... I guess I want to do a... No, if I do spawn... I don't really want... It doesn't really matter, I think. But that's good to know. Because I'm not really reading results back from 1401. Although I suppose I could. I could return error codes then. Var spawn equals require. Let's leave these all in here. Require child process spawn. So then my run server, I think I can just do server 14.1 is equal to fork or spawn. And then I had to give it the entire rigmarole. So I need to look at the... This is the 6.0 docs. Spawn. Synchronous project. Spawn sync. So we want to set the current working directory of the child process. Environment key value pairs. How does this work? I want to send it the command with args and options. Options is an object, args is an array, command is a string. This is the command line. So I want to run no debug. Okay, let's think I know what to do. Command is just use CWD from which it spawned. Process env. Studio I know ignore out error. Okay, you can set up pipes. It's interesting. Pipe. I don't quite understand this yet, so I'm not going to worry about it. Seems like a cool feature, though. So I'm going to spawn node debug. I wonder if that would work. Let's just see what happens. I'm probably going to get some sort of error message. Spawn unheld error event. N0ent. What is N0ent? exports. What's NOEnt? No such file directory. Enter no entry. I wonder what the. Let's see what happens when. Let's just play with this a bit. What happens if I do pwd? Do I see the output? Nope. Let's look at the. So when I use this. Child program video. Oh, okay. Maybe I need to do it like this. Studio. Corresponding standard in, standard out, standard air. Pipe. Enter pipe exposed as the pipe. You really want just to pass this out. You can also specify stream object. I guess if I pipe it, it'll just come straight out, right? Although. So, okay, let's try this again. Node, debug. Then this should be, I guess I don't know what the current working directory is. If it's spawning, it's coming from the current working directory, which is where gulp file is. And so gulp file is in, where is it? Gulp files in build. So it has to go into server and then look for 1401. So this should be that, or maybe it's server 1401 JS. Let's see if that works. Oh, it did something. But it didn't do what I expected it to. LiveReload assets. It didn't actually execute the file. It ran in interactive mode. It's not quite what I wanted. It's something though. Let's try it like this. I didn't see it actually start the server. So now we're getting that no entity thing again. It could be that it's not even. I guess it does need to be like this. Because that passes the command line. And it should be piping everything out. It's launching it. Those live assets are enabled. But it doesn't seem to be actually running Node itself. What happens if I just do this? Run the regular node. It's continuing to execute, which tells me what? Node debug is running. If I change this, let me see if it breaks the file. That shouldn't exist. It looks like it's not even finding it. So it's finding node debug, certainly. But node debug is not getting any of the arguments. Let's see if someone has solved this. Spawn node debug. Process debug. How to debug NodeJS forked modules. It's a known bug. Child fork dash debug pork to command lines. Effect of a process. Process of a node global variable. Am I screwing this up? Fork. Cluster settings argv pop. This is like an old answer, I think. Maybe it's not applicable. This is quite spawn. Use the node command lines. You spawn node debug process from Atom. Issue with node inspector. Maybe spawn doesn't work. Maybe I just need to, maybe let's try exec. Not expecting anything really to happen. Oh, no, it's loading. It's still not running my code. Let me sure I didn't screw it up though. 1401JS is running. It's requiring 1401 server. Let's see if I put an error here, if that causes a crash. Nope, no crash. Nope, no crash there. Is it even running this? I think it's just running Node by itself. What happens if, where's this LiveReload assets enabled? So, okay, so it looks like the gulp file. Live. So this line is happening. Let's make sure I'm actually starting the server. That should start the server. It looks like none of this is actually executing though. It's acting the same. What am I doing wrong here? It's running node debug, but it's not getting any arguments from it. Let's look at spawn node process spawn node script. Managing cloud processes. understanding exec file spawn Node.js. Spawn exec spawn process exec file spawn. What I really want to do is an example. Up here with the argument dash version. Exec file dash version standard error standard as a how does it know spawn command args options args list of string arguments current working directory args is dash interestingly. What is exec file? Maybe that's what we want to do. Or you know what? This could be running it. It's just not outputting anything. I mean, if it's running, then I should be able to load the demo. Okay, it's not though. So I don't think it is running. Let's try exec file though. Var exec file acquire child process exec file. Oops, I didn't put the run server. Don't expect this really to do anything. Yep, nothing seems to be happening. Unless I didn't save it. Function console log boo. Expected token 197. No. Function. Well, it's getting a callback. Which is something. But it's like not executing. I guess we need to see if there's an error that's coming out of this. It could be that I need to do this. Under exec file args options. This is string options. It gets error standard out, standard error. Error standard out, standard error. 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 if so log error, if error, if console log standard out, if standard error, console log standard error. See if any output's coming from this. Oh, now we're getting errors. Command node debug server cannot JS not found. Killed false. Node debug server 14.1 JS. So I'm guessing it's how do I know what the current working directory is? Can I just pass it, the current working directory? How do I do that? I guess I have to. Oops. Current working directory is an options thing, right? Options CWT. I assumed it'll default to the current working directory. The current working directory may not be what I think it is. I'm assuming it's the same level where the gulp file's in. Because I'm executing it from the gulp file. But maybe it's not. Can I pass? Is there an argument? Node argument command line CWD. Here's something. How do I determine the current working directory? I'm on the wrong page. There. Determine command line working directory when running node. Process CWD returns the directory where command has been executed. Do I store a CWD? Process CWD. Console log process CWD. What is that? Did I just screw this up? No, it's a function. Let's try it again. I'm in the build directory. So build / server 1401. Oh. No, that's the incorrect. Okay. Because I screwed it up just to make it crash. That was dumb. It's still not loading though. It's still in build. But it says it's not returning. It says not returning. I actually need to do this. I need to actually tap into standard IO. So let's find out how to do that. So in spawn, we can pass the option standard IO. This child standard IO configuration, or it has array or string. Pipe will go into the next program, but we're not piping, we're just sitting. What we want to do is I need an example that shows me how to set the standard I/O and how to grab it so I can read it on data. Spawn node spawn SDIO on data. Parse output spawn node line by line. Standard out on. Where's C Springs? Okay, that's the process. So then standard out on data function data. Wait, none to break even across the line. So a single line might span multiple outputs. How to pipe send out from child to parent. Redirecting from long run to parent process. Oh, this is C node. Node stream using write on it. Child standard IO write first message, right? So we're getting a stream out of it. Create to end the child. This is not quite what I'm looking for. Stand out. This might be more what I'm looking for. Here's forking. Env. Oh, maybe this is what I need to do. And standard IO. No one knows the answer. That's too bad. Pipe a stream to a child process. I can't seem to capture child processes standard out standard error. Someone forgot to flush. Piping standard into another. It's no one seems to know how to do this. Spawning it. Piping it. Process standard in. Pipe child standard in. And maybe I want to do child standard out, pipe process standard out. I wonder. Enable live reload features. I want to go server 1401 standard out pipe to process standard out. If that works, that would be interesting. I don't think it will do anything. Oops. Options must be an object. Child process run server 186. What must be an object? Options argument must be an object. That's this, I think. I guess it's being more demanding now. Console log. Callback from spawn. What do I want to do here? I want to set up some objects. I guess I'm going to leave it blank for now. That should just like work. So it's, and getting the, at least I'm getting the output. It says it's debugging 1401 JS. Let me try some, see if I can output, do standard error too. Where does my mouse go? So it's debugger listening on port 5085, but the server is not running because I can't reach anything. So why is that not running? It's able to find it. I'm doing server require 1401 server. I'm guessing that's working. What happens if I screw up the name of it? Still not emitting any errors. Close. I wonder if it's because it's not doing shit. (1401) should be including 1401 server. Let us add some stuff to this. Console log. Or actually just imp. See if we can force the debugger to do something. What happened to my terminal? I lost my terminal. cdev cd 1401 a1 cd build gulp. And I'm not seeing any crashes. It's like it's not doing anything. Yeah, it's not launching the server at all. In fact, it's not even executing what's in this file. It's like this is not even happening. Let's make sure we're exporting it. Start server is start server. I guess another way of trying this would be to how would this work? Start server doing anything? Start server should be console log starting server. I'm not even seeing that happen. What is going on? Let me see if I changed this to this running node, if it does anything. If I run node, it works. So there's something about the way that I'm using node debug, maybe. Maybe I don't understand how it works properly. What are the node debug options? I guess I should look at that. A. At least it's running that. So that's promising. Let's look at the node debug options and see if I'm not actually start the web server. Just got distracted for a second. So 1401. So it works with exec. It doesn't work. It works with spawn if I was spawning node. It does not work with spawning node debug, which makes me think I am not using node debug properly. Let's look for an example. Using node debug with spawn. Has anyone ever done that? Using the NodeJS command line debugger or child process. Spawn node debug from Atom. This is where, like, I need to stupid Google default. How to debug spawn noint using NodeJS. Require try for command arguments. Node debug my script. New port. No, that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Process argv push. That's interesting. It's a little bit above. Lots of issue with there because this question for further. Using spawn function with node end in production. Spooky.js running exec file. Installing Gulp. Spawn command args option. CWD is undefined. Env is process env. Node env. Let's add that. env. That's not a good example. This doesn't look right. Clone the actual env to avoid overrides. Is that actually going to clone it? Env is object create process. Okay, so it creates a copy of it. But I'm not sure what this node env thing is. Env. This is not right code. Oh, maybe this is what we want. Env is process env. Let's try doing that. Process env. So we're coming across as process env. I guess that is actually correct. It's just written dumbly. Okay, let's try this again. See if that does that. So that's still running it. It's still not. Let's look now. Let's look at the node env. Oops. Node debug doc. Oops. This is the one that I was looking at, right? Node inspector. App.js is the name of your main default browser. Maybe it has to run from the command line. Is that possible? How about debug gulp tasks? I can actually just debug gulp. So I don't have to do this at all? Okay. Let's leave it like that. So that still works. So this is working. Cancel. This is now broken. Node debug gulp. It doesn't do anything either. 127. Oh wait, it's telling me I had to visit this. I thought for some reason it would just spawn it up by itself. I don't see shit though. Yeah, it certainly didn't launch anything. Is it just stuck? Alright, so it's just not executing right away, I think. It's running in the VM. To activate breakpoints. Okay, now it's running. this is running. I cannot tell though if it's. There's a gulp file. So I guess it just starts. Attached to the new target. All right. So it started. And I think it started paused. Undo that. If I click this. And does it do anything? I can't tell what this is doing. Oh, it's just really slow. Debugging gulp. Alright, that's interesting. So, let's try this again. If we go back to gulp. If we node debug this, there's probably options to make it start up quicker. Oops, that's not what I wanted. And gulp. So it's listening. Maybe it's just taking its sweet time. I think it starts paused. That's what it is. It starts paused. So now I should be able to reload this. Oops, unless it's just crashed on me. Appears to have crashed. WebSocket connection failed. Error in connection. Oh, because it's not running. Okay. So now, theoretically, if I save game run JS, save, that's reloading. Did that reload? Let's see. Let's move this over here. Over there. Let's close this. And I don't think I need the console on this side. But I lost my. What's that? Alright, so if I save this, that's causing a live reload. And this is still running. So what I want to do here, it seems to be going. So let's see if I can get this to just. Node inspector. So it just takes a long ass time. Start node inspector server. Node. Oh, this is the other way of doing it. Or pause your script on the first line. I want disabled debug break. That's what's been going on. Grr. That's what I get for not reading anything. Where's the documentation for this thing? configuration. No debug break. The default is true. Okay. So that means in here, or in my 1401 or my gulp file, I want to set this to a command line option. What did I say was debug break dash debug break equals false. Let's see if that makes life better. That seems to be starting slow still. That's still paused. Debug port, web host, no debug. Did I spell it wrong? Dash B. Bug break, false. How do I unset debug break? Hello debug help, no debug dash P. Oh wait, that's not how I do it, is it? Someone must have been irritated enough to fix this. Debug break unset node inspector. How to disable there's actually two concepts. No debug app.js. Run node dash debug instead of no debug. Run node dash debug instead of node debug. I get it. Attaching to a running process. What does that mean? Debug break equals 0. Oops. Let's see if that works. That's what I thought I did. No debug, no server. Let's try that again. Error address in use. Well, look at that. What's all this stuff? Oh, wait, that's the wrong PS. PS QMIS 9 14445. What's 585? Yeah. Gulp. So we're using 585. Let's look at this. And it's paused on the first line. It's waiting for a signal to start, isn't it? Alright, so I guess the new process is not going to try launching it this way. What I'll do is I'll just run this with Node. And I don't need to worry about this anymore. I'll see that in. See it more live, more as it happens. And then what we do is to debug it, what we would do is run node inspector, or rather node debug. Let's see, we're running run server from where? What I'm trying to think of is for debug, or var, let's see, prog name equals node if I think we're going to do something interesting. If cfg debug prog name plus equals debug and then what we'll do is we'll make a new task called run server here's the power of using Gulp, I suppose. Run server in debug mode. Debug true. Gulp task debug. And what we want to do here is something kind of like this. Build. Debug. Build. Then execute this function. Run debug server. Console log. Running node debug on server. Info p or np or use np. np running node debug. Paused. Server paused on start. Because I can't for the life of me figure out why it's not. Now, is there a way that I can not make that web browser spawn? Node inspector, don't spawn browser. Node inspector. These are old. Node. Oh, node debug actually does that, doesn't it? Huh, okay. So I guess node debug does weird stuff. Which node debug? It's more user local bin. Is this actually a binary? Nope, it's a thing. Runs node inspector. What was this? Let's take a look at this. Why don't we? What's the script doing? By default, opens the user browser. Well, this is what we want to do. Let's see if there's a command line for that that tells it not to do it. Start debug process. Browser open and print. Is Unix socket. Browser open and print. This is Emacs. Open. If command option ends, try to launch a URL. Error. Open URL. The URL is being passed. Not config option CLI. Is Unix option. What's config option CLI? Config options CLI. I'm going to guess. Let's try just setting that. Where are the configuration options set? Yeah. Config options CLI. Config options CLI node inspector. I guess the other way to do it would just be to launch it manually. Config. I just config options CLI. CLI mode. That's what we want. Dash CLI dash B. And where would that be? That would be in my Gulp file. And if, and let's make another var args is equal to first one is, let's make this a okay, let's set this. I'm just setting up like some configuration. If the debug flag is set though, we want to push some stuff onto it. We want to push the dash B. Oh wait, we want dash B 0. We want to push, what was it, CLI? Dash debug break. -C. So then we can do this to node args options. Or end of process, end of. This is. That's weird. That's better. var opt, oops, var opt equals, oops, env process env I don't know if that will work. Let's see what happens. What was it? Gulp debug. Node bad option. Debug break. So, have I been spelling it wrong? Let's try that. Bad option, debug break. Oh, it's because it's double. At least it's not opening the browser. Alright, so it's actually running node debug, serve how to start. Node options script. Or script.js. If cfg debug. Oh. This should be config. Config debug equals config debug or false. So here we had, it didn't execute correctly. Running node debug, how to start. It's not emitting the, actually it's not running node, or it's running the wrong node. Prog name is equal node, oh, because I didn't replace this yet. Okay. Alright, I feel positive about this. No! Crash, crash, crash. Referencer, run server. Gulp file 204. Oh, because I'm stupid. LiveReload. Doesn't seem to be working either. Well, it says it's running node debug. Maybe I should put the bug message someplace else. Run server debugs equal to true. Run server CSG config is, what the hell? Let's make a var dd dbp so what I'm going to do is just try to get this error output to look right. Okay. Let's try that again. So now it's praying noms plus start. It's not loaded. Cannot find. Oh, because I forgot to push the args. Args push then the name of the actual thing, which is server 1401. There we go. Nope, and it's not paused on start anymore too, which is good. Running debug mode. And node debug mode. So now we have added the ability to do some server debugging. LiveReload enabled, load inspector. Debugger listing a visit one of these URLs in the Chrome browser. Okay. Let's make sure this still is loading. That loads. Seems to be running. And let's see if we can change something here. Go back to Sublime, disambiguin, and let's change game run from, move this out of the way. Game run is, that's not what I want. Where am I doing the initialization here? How come I'm losing all my, I just close, oh there it is, game run. Let's change this to scaled mode. Scale fixed. Scaled fluid. Live reloaded did. That's good. So then we're in scaled mode now. Yep. So the live reloading seems to work. Let's change this back to fluid. Save. Live reload. So it's back in fluid form. Okay. That is a significant chunk of useful crap. 4 hours. Whew. Alright, let me commit this. And then I am done for the day. Okay, first thing. September 01. Fix server respawn issue. Added debugging support. I guess the real trick though would be fix server crash. What I'm not doing is like relaunching the server code, but I don't think I'll worry about that just yet. Although now I'm curious. Let me commit all this stuff. Let me fix that. Like just, you can clear out some of this fork stuff. What are we using? Because we're using spawn now, right? Which is in Gulp. We're using spawn. So I don't think we need these other ones, but I'll just comment these out so people know they're not being used. Let's commit this. Oops. File status was 5 change files. It's not really a change. Let's discard that. Discard hunk. What's change here? Just some spacing stuff. Discard hunk. That's okay to keep. Let's see if that looks alright. Yep, I think we can leave that in. This is, let's leave that in. Gulp file is like where all the big changes were. And this is the new code. Yep, okay. So this feature is called, it's called bg-fix server crash. What was the last commit? Split 14 and loop layer low kind of scope file. Incorporate node debug and new gulp debug command for invoking it. All right. figuring out how to split up this. Suppose I should just do this under Inc code now, or I'll do an hour of explore, and then an hour, and the rest of it. Inc 1401, Inc code. Actually, this is all Inc 1401. Implement node process debug control. Okay. But so that's be built under the Inc 1401 code, which is at I think 50% or 75% or something like that. Because I don't feel good about charging people for learning how stuff like this works. They get, if they're paying me, though, you're gonna get whatever. I think that's fair. I mean, if I hired someone to do Photoshop work and they billed me full rate for learning how to use Photoshop on the go, I'm not sure how I would feel about that. Probably not that good, but especially if it was bad, if the work sucked. Well, maybe I'm selling myself short because I'm trying to put together a decent package here. Maybe people like paying for that. Who knows? It's still running. So I terminated the server, and everything's behaving as it should. That's wonderful. Alrighty. We are in a good place. How many hours is that? So I actually was going to work for an hour, and I worked for 3.75 hours. 9:45, 10:45. Almost 4 hours. There was something fancy I was going to do. I was going to try to reload the server. Let me try to see if I can get that to work. Because that would be super cool. So in the live reload watch then, or in the Gulp run server, Gulp watch. Changing watch paths. Gulp watch. Assets plus. Nope, we don't want assets, we want server. Do I have a server? We don't. Var server equals server. So anything in the server file or lib, if that changes, we want to kill the server and restart it. So down here, if we want assets, we want server plus any file that changes in the server level. Can I do this? Function event. What we want to do is we want to do some crazy stuff. I want to do this function. what we want to do is we want to kill the server and then start it again. So there is kill 1401. Server 1401. This is a synchronous kill. Kill the server. Kill the running instance of server 1401 or 1401.js. Then we want to wait a few seconds and start up again. There's a log. One server is not running. So terminating. Okay, so we won't do anything there. I was trying to make a fancy error message. But what we want to do on the watch is we want to kill 1401. Let's rename this. How many instances are there? Kill 1401 server. And then we want to wait. What was the timeout? How does that work again? I can't remember this stuff. JavaScript. Is it timeout or is it timer? Set timeout. I can't remember this. Windows set timeout function delay. There's a timeout ID. If timeout start timeout start timeout clear. Is that how that works? And what I want to do is, like, if there's already a timeout running, I want to clear it so it doesn't execute. Set timeout. Oh, it's clear timeout, then the numerical ID. Clear timeout, restart timeout. Then timeout. Hope this is right. Restart timeout equals set timeout function make it like 3 seconds. console log. What's that called? Debug p. dbgp. Server restart. Server reload in. Reload in. Okay. RMS equals 3000. Or delay. Delay. So in the function, restart time is set timeout function. And then blah, 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 blah. I want to start the server again. How did I do that? Oh, I did this by importing it, didn't I? So it's killing it, and then I need to require it again. No, I did server 1401. Oh wait, I know what I'm doing. I don't seem to be using that instance, am I? Or am I? 1401 spawn, blah blah blah. I guess I want to run server again. Handling live reload, var restart timeout. I should rename config to rl config or something like that. But on my config, no, that's not right. Where was it? It was what was the go to anything thing? I'm starting to lose. Starting to get woozy. Oh, here we go. Restart timers, console log. Start timer equals set timeout, and we want to run server. Config. No, just run server. I should retain the old. Console log. DGP. BP. BP. Server restarting. Alright, so this will be interesting. I'll be excited if this works. So gulp debug. Running the server now. This live reload thing hopefully is working. Let me go back to Sublime Texts and test two things. Firstly, if I save one of the game files again, does it live reload happen? It does. That's good. Excellent. Now, if I edit a server file like this, does it shut down the server? No, it crashes because I've made a silly mistake. On line, it caught it though, which is exciting. Index, where is it? I can just find it. It's in the gulp file. ms delay noob. Alright, let's try it again. Gulp debug. Running in node debug mode. And we can reload this. That looks good. If I save any of these, the live reload is working. If I save it a whole bunch of times, it doesn't seem to be crashing. That's excellent. Now, moment of truth, I save the server file. Server terminated, server reload in 3000 milliseconds. Oops. Server restarting, running debug node. E address and use 3000, which means the server didn't close. Well, why didn't the server close? I thought I killed it. It said the server is terminated. Do I have to wait longer? Or do I need to do it in the callback? So here what am I doing? It's call and kill server 01. Maybe what I need to do is it waits for 3 seconds. So to clear the timeout. Kill server is here. Does the kill process kill have a callback? That would be handy. Console log killed. I'd be surprised if this works though. Cannot restart. Unknown signal function. Oh, that's the SIGINT. I guess I can't do that. Process kill node. PID and signal. It just says signal, but there's an event probably that handles it. Event, is there a before exit? Or is there an exit? Not sure. That's this process though. I don't think what I'm trying to do is going to be. So process 0 and kill just has to work that way. Then the server is terminated. And it just exits. That's the way that should work. And then in my code here, what I'm trying to do is kills the server. And then let's see. Let's just make this timeout longer. Maybe run servers. It's reloading the configuration. It's trying to spawn the server again. Starts live reload again. Maybe that's not something it can do. Let's take the live reload out of here and make that a separate launch. Run server. Oops. Start live reload. Run server. That should do it without the live reload. Let's leave it in. So now Carol last 9 1 7 3 4 5 4 6. Okay, so let's try this again. Gulp debug. That stuff's happening. If we go back to Sublime text, and let me try saving the server file. Server terminated. Then 10,000 milliseconds, which might be enough time for it to die. Nope. E-address in use. So the server didn't actually die. Port 3000. I'm just happening a server listen. Also, my server terminated didn't work. Oh, the text output. Where is it? The wrong place. Server restarting. Let's make another. What's all these MD workers? On top for a particular dash user. It's all running under me. Alright, let's try this again. Gulp debug. PS. So we see node debug running, and then we see modules running, and we see the debug process running. So top. I want server to die. Top dash. What are all these options? D, E, C. So it's top dash D. Top dash E. top dash C, mode top dash PID. What was the PID? 17903. Okay, there's Node running. Let me go to this back here and let me see LiveReload. It seems to be working now. Let's try saving the server file. It looks like that terminated all right. It's gone instantly. Then it comes back and we get an error with port 3000 express because the address is in use. Now, so what's running? We have whatever that is. Inspector. And this is running actually. That's the new process. Oh wait. Is it running it twice? Seven 904. I actually terminated the server again. Oh, that was the one that was running. So maybe what's happening is it's terminating it right away, but what is going on? Let's make the delay 3 seconds again. It's calling run server again. It's happening in watch. So notice the function is flopping around. It calls itself again. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it can't call run server again. Maybe it needs to do all this other stuff. Let's do this. Let's spawn. Spawn server. Or spawn process. Let's remove all this stuff. Why is this here? This shouldn't be there. We don't want the watches to be executed twice, I think. Spawn process. See if that helps. process based on the stored config parameters. Oops. Let's see if just regular gulp works. Gulp debug. Running in no debug mode. Fish debug. So import blah. Sublime text. 1401 server. Save. Server is killed. 1, 2, 3. Restarting. Running in debug mode. Cannot start server 8080. E-address in use. This is at least a different one. Cannot start the server. Run node inspector. I guess we need to kill node inspector too. Or if it's running, I just want to reattach. Although you'd think that because I was running So what I'm doing here is I'm spawning this. No, I'm not just spawning 1401. I'm spawning node debug. Maybe the thing to do is not to use node debug and just reattach to the process. So if I am doing, so there's something else I need to do. I need to actually kill node debugger, the node debugger process. Okay, so let's try this. Let's see what's actually running during that 10 seconds. PS gulp debug. So what am I seeing? I'm seeing the bug break C. It's running node debug, and it's started node inspector, which is the process that I actually want to kill as well. Node debug is an entirely different program. Can I kill? So when I kill the process, it kills all of them. So probably what I'm doing is I'm killing the node debug script, but it's still, I'm guessing that this node inspector thing and node, these are still running. What I want to do, I think, is kill all the children as well. Although I thought that killing the parent would kill the children. But let's see what happens. So if I save, if I go back to Sublime Text, and I save this server file, and then I do a PS real quick, I see that these are still running. And it's going to crash because they are still running. -9, 18, 275, kill, -9, 17, 894. Oops, I killed my own process. 1789, oh, I killed bash like an idiot. Okay, so we're back to where we started. Let's look some stuff up. Process kills, why isn't it killing everybody? Is there any options in the process kill? Kill is our process kill all children. Process change, process config, process disconnect, process exec, process exit. The shell that executed NodeJS should see. I wonder if I can indirectly kill it by forcing it to process exit instead. Process, let's look at the spawn again. Oh wait, that's not, is that here? That's not here, somewhere else. Process spawn. Child kill. That's what we were doing. Signal. Child disconnected. Child. How to kill. Okay. Node kill all spawned children. Is that something we can do? How to kill child processes that spawn their own child processes. We could start, so the I don't know, attach main process, but we'll then using process kill PID on the main process, all process in the same group. Spawn my detached true process kill child PID. Interesting. Let's see what happens. I want to copy this to the other monitor because it's usually, since I'm streaming this, I'm not able to use multi monitors in the way I usually do, so it's a little bit slow. It's annoying. Let's see. Child spawn detached true process kill PID. So I'll just copy that. Then over here in my gulp file, kill server delay. Spawn process, we're changing this with a few options. Arg opt, we have a new one, which is what? Detached true. And then when we do process kill PID, dash child. This should be dash server 1401 PID. So in our kill server, which is where, instead of doing it that way, we do process kill. and then we nuked it. I will be excited if this works. Did I not start it in debug mode? No, it is running in debug mode. So if I save screens, it reloads. So I save 1401. It's gonna be wait seconds. Oh, it looks like it killed everybody. Oh my god. Did it work? I don't see the process running though. Oh, because it's running detached, I guess. And then can I close it possibly? And then can I run it again? So I save this. Terminated, server reload. Okay, that is very exciting. So I have created a much nicer, I don't need that debug message anymore. I'll just leave the end there. Spawn process. Let's make this 3 seconds. And we also want not only to watch this file. There's a way of watching multiple files, isn't there? How does that work? Gulp watch. Gulp watch multiple directories. That's a function. Okay. I should remember that. And then there's the gulp file itself, which is, I think, this is running gulp file. No, I guess I can't rerun the gulp file that way. Because I would have to rerun it gulp. You can't do that. All right. Kill server. Console log. Handle changes to server files. Now, an interesting question is if I have something server, let me make a new folder called lib, and let me make something, I'll just save something into that folder. Build server lib test.js and then test.js. So what I want to do here is just make sure that the subdirectories are also being, oops, what's there is that? It's in, where did I do that? What did I do there? Oh, it's in, oh, I'm missing a comma. Gulp file, watch. Where is the watch? Here. I gulp debug. So this, if I save test, I'm gonna make sure that everything is saved. It's not being watched. Oh, but no, that's right. That should have worked. There's a JS file. I'm trying to get to. Oh, that's not right. Yeah, it's this. Or is it something like that? Is that the right glob pattern? Okay, that did catch it. How about if I save this? Server reload in 3000 milliseconds. Okay, I think that fixes it. So any JS file that's in the server directory should get re-executed, but anything else should not trigger that. Server reload in 3000 seconds. Server restarting. Where's that message coming from? What was that? What do they call that again? DGBP. For restarting. Was 2. Already in no debug mode. Running in. Doing some cleanup here. Gulp files changed. If I save test.js, that's triggering. Oops. DGBD not defined. Where is that happening? Server restarting. That's DG. It should be DB. DBGP. Let's see if that crashes. So this is running detached. Save test. The server reload in 3000 seconds. Running no debug mode. Node inspector. Good. So let's see if my live reload should work. I'll go here. Save screen. It's reloading here. Oops. I think it's working. So the little next bit of stuff. 13, 15 to, this took 15 minutes to implement. 4 to implement server reload. Oh wait, no, it took 45 minutes. Never mind. 1400. Okay, that pushes me over to the 4.5 hour mark. That's not bad. Now let me commit this, and then I'll just see if I can port it over to another branch on the main file and get that working, which I'll do tomorrow. But let me commit this first. So now, this we don't want anymore. Remove. That was just... So now the gulp file... Let's look into the code. This is cool. I'm pleased. BG fix server crash. Implement server reload on changed files. Node express server reload on changed files. So, okay. Let's push that baby. So that's backed up. All this seems to be working. Seems to be working great. We'll just have to play around with it and see. So, many good system improvements this week. We have like the resizable thing. Now we have a non-crashing server. Now we can debug the server, I think. I have to actually see if how the debugger works though. But being able to trace it, what's happening inside of that will be really, really, really important with all this message passing stuff we'll be doing. So yes, excellent. I am pleased. Now I'm going to take my contact lens out because our eyes are drying out. But okay, that's the co-working stream for today. Anyone who was watching along, I hope you got some work done too. I'm feeling pretty good. And I am going to knock off work for the rest of the day, get something to eat, and then maybe I'll work on my OBS templates later on. And by porting from the Macintosh, which is this machine over here. Macintosh, PC. So these two screens are the Mac. These two screens is PC. My OBS setup on the PC is not as refined as it is on the Mac, which has a pretty nice setup. Let's look at that. Look, I'm being reflected. Let's move this to the other monitor. Yeah, so I've got nothing in here. It's like bloop. It's literally nothing. That's funny. It's showing the main desktop. So I want to get this working so it looks nicer, because the PC side is a bit cooler. But that's it. I'm going to sign off now. I guess I need to eat. Have a good one.